Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I've got some fun new things for y'all that I'm just making sure getting uploaded here to StreamYard in just a second. Big day today, full of surprises. I don't know what's happening. That's why the thumbnail says even Nostradamus would be confused, or whatever it says about Nostradamus. Speaking of which, one of the fun new things I have has to do with that as well. So let me see here. Let me just make sure I've got this uploaded. Did y'all watch any of this today, or for any of you guys, is this your first exposure, as it were, to day 2 of the retrial? Let me know. Okay. So let me just pull this up here. Okay. All right. So here's the first thing. So I've got a sound clip here of Brennan.
I'm not Nostradamus. I'm not Nostradamus.
So it's him just saying, I'm not Nostradamus. And then I have, I'm so excited. Here's the new clip I got.
And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone.
So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees.
Nothing in the world makes me happier than the busy bees coming in at trial. And I mean, I've only ever heard it in these two. Like, that's why I just was beside myself. I knew it was coming when in the defense opening statements earlier, like prior to that, like a good, like maybe 20 minutes prior to that, to Alan Jackson saying busy bees, he said, and they were really busy. They got very busy. And I was like, oh God, is he gonna, like, and then 20 minutes later, he said the busy bees. And I was like, oh my God. Right. I know. Buzz. I know, it's amazing. We do also have another order from Judge Bev. So we're going to take a look at that. I've got a couple things here. Let me pull this up. Okay, so first things first, I'm the realist. That's going to become an earworm, just like the, tell me why. Anyway, okay, let me just unshare, reshare real quick. Like, boop, 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 boop. Do, 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 do. Okay, so here's the Commonwealth's timeline from opening statements round 2, Brennan's timeline. So I can actually put this in the Discord if y'all want. So this is just the timeline, obviously, between 12:12 and 6 a.m. And so what's interesting is this includes the whole bit with the battery temperature, right? And then questions and inconsistencies. So we have 12:12, ignition in Karen's Lexus goes on. And then the questions and inconsistencies, key cycle data for 11:62 says 10 minutes and 57 seconds before making a K-turn on Cedar Crest. And then 19 minutes and 6.5 seconds before the collision. And then 12:23, the truck was coming the other way from Brother Nagel. Again, this is from Brennan's timeline. 12:24, 34, John and Karen arrive at 34 Fairview. And Brennan says 12:34, 33, but he's referencing the Waze data, which says 12:24, 34. So the data says 12:24, 34, but he says 12:34. 12:27, John gets a text from Jen McCabe here. 12:29, Jen texts again, are you coming in? This is a phone call, not a text. Jen McCabe says it's a butt dial. Jen looks outside and sees a Lexus in front of the flagpole. 12:29, 33, truck, and the truck leaves 5 minutes after arrival of Brother Nagel, right? Brennan says he didn't move because his healthcare data isn't moving. Battery temp 77 degrees in the warm car. Question here, when does the Bluetooth disconnect exactly? 12:31:47, Jen McCabe texts John pull behind me. Oops. And then 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, John begins to move. He has 20 seconds before he falls. And then the question, John takes 36 steps and moves 25 meters, okay? He gets out of the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, he looks at his phone at the text from Jen McCabe. 12:32:09, John closes the phone for the last time, locks the phone. Karen moves forward at least 35 feet, then waits. And again, this is all according to Brennan, right? Karen moves forward at least 35 feet, then waits in neutral, then reverses with the gas pedal pressed 75% pressed up to 75 pressed. Sorry, gas pedal 75% pressed up to 70 feet into John, clipping him so he hits his head on the frozen ground. Battery temp 72 degrees after being outside for 5 minutes. And then 12:33, Karen calls John after, in quotes, after leaving Fairview. 12:36, John, I fucking hate you, voicemail. And then Brennan says it's the start of her cover up. But the problem here, Karen's phone is connecting to John's Wi-Fi. Oops. Remember, part of the question here is like, how long would it have taken to get back to John's house, right? So 12:45, battery temp. So you can see all the battery temps here. 12:59, Karen leaves another voicemail on John's phone. You guys can see all this. Karen calls her mom, no answer, battery temp. And then 6:04, John found laying on top of his phone with a body temperature of 80 degrees. So there's that one, guys. Candace says she'll only be here for a little while. That's all right. Hopefully everything's okay. Are other people going live at the same time, Angel? Okay, then next up we have this order for production of records. Okay, so this just came out. This is regarding ARCCA, right? The court hereby orders, and remember, on Friday they're going to have a full day of voir dire. So court hereby orders that Dr. Wolf and Andrew Rentschler, ARCCA, right, produce the following. All records within ARCCA's or its owners, partners, employees, or representatives' possession, custody, or control in whatever format kept that reflect or in any way relate to work performed or contemplated and related in any way to the billing, payment, compensation, and or reimbursement. So work performed or contemplated and also billing. So that's both, like testing and billing, right? And in regards to the case produced by April 25th, that's Friday at 9 a.m., right? So this order includes, by way of example, but not limitation, all correspondence via regular mail, email, text messages, and or encoded messages between the above entities and individuals and any third parties. You know, again, we know that they don't have any control over the feds. So I'm just saying, like, this whole thing is frustrating when it's like, they're not turning, I mean, oh God. The order also includes all reports or draft reports, as well as test results, photographs, video, audio recordings, charts, graphs, calculations, and recorded observations of all tests or experiments undertaken, whether the results were included in a report or not, and internal memoranda, info and records related to communication about work performed on the case. The order also includes all records related to time spent on a case, including timesheets and draft and final bills. To the extent that any record responsive to this order is kept in an electronic format, the ARCCA witnesses shall bring with them the appropriate hardware equipped with the appropriate software to allow the court to access all such records at the voir dire hearing. I just hope and this is probably optimistic of me, that by third parties, she doesn't mean the DOJ, but like if there's another third party. I mean, I don't think there's another third party, but I could understand how that you want to include that to be thorough. If by third party she means like the DOJ, the FBI, then she's got to be kidding herself, because that's disgusting. There's like nothing that they can do about that, and everybody knows it. So So Candace, going out with the family. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I was getting ready for the live stream, Angel, and I got notifications on Discord. It looks like both Heather and Twiz messaged me. I didn't have a chance to check what they said, but so I don't know. But we're glad that y'all are here. Whoever is here, thanks for being here. So that's the latest document there. So now we're gonna jump into today. Let me know if you guys want me to put the Commonwealth's timeline in the Discord as well. So, okay, let me pull this up. So just unshare, reshare, classic. This was a crazy day, guys. Kerry's cross. This was crazy. By the way, I haven't watched all this. What I saw most, if not maybe all of Kerry's cross. I definitely saw most of it, but I haven't seen like everything else. But with Court TV having things timestamped, I can see essentially who the next witnesses are. And just by looking at it, I'm very much surprised of things. Welcome, P. Fox. So we're going to go right to here on the record.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Last night, we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Guarino. Many of these reports are celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in the corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls.
Incredible, right? I mean, just the pot kettle situation of this, right? Like I'm going to slow it down to normal speed because she's talking. It's hard to hear her and she talks kind of fast. But they've just turned over a bunch of stuff. The Commonwealth. Blows my mind. Blows my mind.
Not addressed in the corresponding report today.
Right.
Trooper Guarino. Many of these reports are celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in the corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14. And we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What the fuck is the Commonwealth doing?
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Right?
All of this information.
What do you have to say for yourself? This is insane. I will say this much. I always say this every time. Every time I'm going back and doing timestamps, I have more things that I'm thinking. And luckily, as far as yesterday goes, we had basically 2 live streams, one watching the whole thing live and then another one going back through certain things and recapping. And as I've been doing these timestamps, I've been having the thought that I think Judge Bev is starting to really lose patience for Mr. Brennan. Now, were he not representing the Commonwealth, he'd be getting his ass handed to him like she does with the defense attorneys. Lally never did. Lally, okay, as he sits there like a potato. Lally was just that, right? Lally just didn't do much, right? He was just Lally. He just, he didn't ruffle any feathers, even though he is the Lolly bird. He didn't ruffle any feathers. He didn't, and for example, when the whole thing with ARCCA and the whole thing with Dr. Russell, when they were coming in, not due to anyone's fault, but midway through trial, they had the voir dire, and he was like, as long as we know what everybody did, it's fine. And it's like what's the right way to say it? He just stuck to the path of least resistance, maybe is a good way to say it. Now Brennan coming in as a defense attorney previously, right, representing the Commonwealth, he is really, pushing it like he has been this whole time. He's really pushing it. And she had so much patience for him, but I think that patience, and I'll tell you what was maybe a turning point, in my opinion. I think a turning point for Judge Bev and how she handles Mr. Brennan was this how she said she came in, she's like, I got 4 things filed over the weekend. All of them were from the Commonwealth. Okay. But I think that once she saw that motion where they were asking to continue the trial, that was a turning point for her. That's what I would say. And now we have him yet again with this tail between his legs. Let's just hear this again, because the way she says, what do you have to say for yourself? I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Finally, right? And you hear the deep sigh, the Judge Bev sigh. So this is very interesting. So let's just hear this again, because this is craziness.
Something?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Welcome everyone who's getting here.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Guarino. Many of these reports are Celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls.
Incredible.
But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint, because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Wow.
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were
When
introduced
did they get it?
last night,
Oh my
When
God.
did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Guarino would then refer to a separate document, they're simply in order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Guarino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense, because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal.
As a surprise, you mean trial by ambush? I swear to God. Gen X, woo! Happy to see you again.
Conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your?
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Guarino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order, so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Celebrate report. It's been individually
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me,
Brian's
Mr.?
just not getting here. We're only at the beginning of the day. So far in the live stream, we read the order from Judge Bev regarding the production of discovery from the ARCCA dudes that they're going to talk about on Friday. And we also took a look at a timeline from Brennan's opening statements, the timeline that he proposed. I can put that in the Discord for y'all if y'all want. But also, we also have a couple of new things. So speaking of, we finally got a Brennan command to work, and it goes along with this. Here we go.
I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm not Nostradamus.
I'm not Nostradamus. And then, but even more importantly, I have my favorite thing ever.
And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone.
So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees.
Nothing can make me happier than when there's another trial that does a Murdoch, when there's like as far as like the really specific, like if ever there's another trial where there's a chicken and a rooster and the dog and all that, I'll lose it. I doubt that will happen, but the busy bees of it all is great. So EDB had in Provident, we were celebrating the use of the word tangential yesterday. So we're just at the very beginning of this outside the presence of the jury. All right, cool.
Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at him by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he's not available on Friday. Is there another day that works with court reasonably soon? We can have them come in.
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks
That's
provided
the order we read at the beginning of the stream.
that order to the ARCCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And that's,
Sorry, Gen X has a hoodie that says Viola Tangenistas. That is awesome. Tangenista, I wonder, is that something else? But that sounds awesome no matter what. Right? At least I know they do. They have voir dire. Yeah.
has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. So is there a day next week that works for work?
Well,
Welcome to me.
we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or we're going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay. We'll make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components they need for the testing.
Okay.
So we'll do the best for it.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them
So
on.
I just have to say something. So one of the questions I had yesterday was like, I hadn't heard very much about what the plan was. You know, they had their half day. What was it last time? They had 2 half days a week and then like also no court on Fridays or something. Like basically a week of court last time was like 2 days in a regular trial at best, basically. Anyway, but it sounds like the plan this time is for every day, right? So far is what it seems like is a full day, but then Fridays would be half days. So, but now it seems like it's up in the air as to what they're going to be doing on Friday. So let's see what happens.
And the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Oh my God. What?
Yes. What do you mean? When?
What are you talking about?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity
Oh
to
my God. What
consider.
is
All
happening?
right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So
Obviously. That's it.
maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
I have
Yes.
questions because
The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
And Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
It's that is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on
Okay.
how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
hold on, let me hear that again.
That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. There,
Very helpful. But this 30-day auto
So
delete,
part of the problem here is like they're saying there's a 30-day auto delete, which okay. The issue here is that, and this was touched on yesterday, right? The issue being that Judge Bev said, as per the ABA model rules, right, that like that you are required to keep things. So that, like, for example, if there's an auto delete feature, you would have to override that because you have to keep everything related to a case. But you know, then Leslie said, but the ABA doesn't specify that as far as text messages. And here's the thing. I was thinking this at the time because I'm like, it really doesn't. It doesn't. It's way, you know, y'all know how it is with this stuff, right? They're so behind with the times. There's no technology things mentioned, right? In the ABA model rules, it doesn't specify it, like it may as well be like chisel and stone, right? Like, so having said that, so this is why it's like a gray area, because having said that, you could also see how they should have went ahead, and even though it might not be written in the model rules like written in stone, that they should understand that because the times they are changing, you know, that should obviously apply to text messages, email, whatever the case is, and keep it. Now, I have to say that whether it's in the rules or not, I do agree, like that they should. That to me makes sense. You know, I just, this could be a problem maybe. Like, I would imagine, like, if you've got, like, I understand what they said. They kept a record of like how many text messages or whatever, but you have to, like, I was really surprised when they didn't keep them. Like, that goes without saying. I mean, even from what I know, when I was getting my paralegal certificate and everything, it's like, that's just, you keep everything. associated with the case. You can't just delete stuff, or if it's going to auto delete, you have to save it. Now, having said that, right, one could take this and flip it right back around and be like, look at all the auto deleting from the Commonwealth, right? So of course it's unfortunate. Unfortunate is an understatement that the same standards of what an issue it is for things to be overwritten, quote unquote, or auto delete, right? It doesn't apply to both sides equally anyway. But nonetheless, where we're at here is this is the issue before the court right now, right meow, right here, right meow. Anyway, and because it's the defense, as we know, that has its own implications. And I just hope that things don't go badly. Welcome anyone else who's just now getting here. Kat Randall. So Kit's been saying EDB said that in her experience, records can just mean a summary communication, not exact. Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that she said that, I just feel like you should keep the records. And I feel like what I will say is this, right? When I was getting my paralegal certificate, that was more recently, and they have for paralegal stuff, they have like the model rules. Like we used the model rules, the ABA model rules, and all the model rules that the attorneys use, but then there's also additional ones for paralegals, and a lot of those have been updated more recently. And so anyway, the information that I was getting was also way more evolving with the times versus what we see in the courts. So I don't know if maybe there was, like, in other words, there was provisions made for the changing in technology, that from what the things that I was reading, things we were working with. But yeah, so I think, again, that even if it doesn't specify, I think it seems like you probably should have made that call. Yeah, Kits is saying, again, it's not a good look for the defense that they didn't. Yeah. Or didn't. Right. They're saying it's an automatic 30-day deletion. And now she's saying she's going to want to see proof of that or whatever. God, it's just, now we're getting into the weeds with all this, though. I'm not they are. This is just awful that this is all happening again. And I mean, my God. There were not this many issues at the start of the last trial. There were other issues that happened along the way. Like, my God, this is just a train wreck. And what? It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, so there's the different things, right? Like in other words, can they show that there was an auto delete thing? And does that make a difference? Even if it was auto delete, and even if they can show it, is she going to say, well, you should have overwritten that, right? And change that setting, So let's just back it up and hear some of this again, because there's a lot going on that they're talking about.
One of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
How did you not?
And okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you make the call.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you didn't know. I'm always open to the idea of going to law school. But anywho, welcome, Dr. Bob. Right, and that was discussed yesterday. But that's the retainment order is separate, right, from what they're discussing here. There's numerous different, and if we need to go back and listen to what they said yesterday specifically about the emails, we can. It might not be a bad idea, to be honest. Let's do that real quick, since we're delving into this, and there's follow-up. Things always are different with context, right? So like we heard that hearing yesterday, but now there's more information. So let me just pull that up real quick. And as I'm doing that, I'll go ahead and play this again for anyone who hasn't seen it, because it's amazing.
And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone.
So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees.
Amazing. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, we'll go from around here. Okay, perfect. Excellent.
I understand your request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost
What I want to pay attention to is specifically the different mechanisms in place for how they have to keep this information. Okay.
every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity. So I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit of time to put facts out. And I want to separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders. And I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So I asked this morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear, they would be provided. And he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted. And you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, doesn't the ABA, aren't the ABA guidelines the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of that.
In regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, I mean, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause.
I just want to point something else out. So he said the rule is when in regards to experts, because the rules are different for experts. But she says, no, it's in regards to your client's case. Now, here's what I want to say. He's saying these text messages are from 2 years ago. I wonder if this could get even more weedier, like into the weeds more or so, because of the fact that, the whole thing of like, if they weren't hired, right? This whole thing again, 2 years ago, right? ARCCA was employed and hired by DOJ, and dude, it's just so could it be that it's not really related to the client's case at that point?
Pause email, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCCA, we turned over her texts and the text of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide. And importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have. And in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document. There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance.
So I just want to say real quick. So here's one thing I want to make a note of. So he made a really good point that they don't receive all the communications from the Commonwealth and their experts. They don't get text messages and emails from great point there. And he is saying again, they are in full compliance of the discovery and everything. So that's why I'm wondering if that's why Judge Bev, remember, Judge Bev wants to punish the defense. She wants to keep ARCCA out. So I wonder if that's why, yet again, she's going more of this ABA route, like the candor to the court and the bar rules and and all that. Like that's what she seems to be good because it is in compliance with the rules for the discovery.
So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is
have fun with your student Kitsmits and hope you can come back.
incorrect because we turned over and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved. And there is no discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2000.
That's what she said. Okay, so so now they're switching over into, we're going to go back to where we were. Hold on. And that's a good point, Dr. Bob, with the work product. Right. And that's the thing. And that's why, as I assess this, I'm assessing this as far as what will Judge Bev be able to work with to try to be biased and unfair, because that's what it is, right? The normal standards don't apply here, sadly, right? So,
Yes.
The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the
So one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case.
that makes me think that she went back and either watched that hearing or read the transcript, because she does say, we just watched it, right? She does say in due course, and I would be shocked if she just remembered this exact exchange. So this makes me think she went back and and it would make, she probably had to watch. I doubt they would have had even a rough transcript already.
Deleted. And you said in due
Later on at some point she says she doesn't watch anything, but whatever.
course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least. And there, okay.
And Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCCA witnesses can discuss it.
There to bring them if they still have them.
It's that is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that.
Did y'all hear that? District Attorney Morrissey does that. And then she says, I need something in writing about that. Wow. Wow. The VD. Oh, the voir dire. I was going another place with that one, Dr. Bob.
It's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay.
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. So, all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have,
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, let's see Counsel at Sidebar about schedule.
Yeah, the scheduling. We need to know about the scheduling. So again, this seems like this might be a nothing burger. I need another word. I hate the term nothing burger. I hate that. I need something else. I need a replacement. Do you guys have any suggestions? This seems like a much ado about nothing. I kind of want to coin my own. This seems like a tiny waterfall. Let's do that. Let's do it that way. This seems like this seems like a tiny waterfall. Actually, that works out really well, right? Because it's like trying to be like, oh, I have a huge big waterfall, and it's like, no, that's not even a waterfall. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. This seems like a tiny waterfall because because really, I mean, I love that he said the thing about, like, in other words, this is standard, right? Like, she's trying to make a big fuss about this, and it seems like it's not going to go anywhere. Now, they're going to have the voir dire, but any of this additional fuss seems like it hopefully won't cause any problems. So they're going to have a chat about scheduling. Okay.
anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in dedum within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you
She
those
also tries to be so pleasant with the jury, doesn't she? And look at the sun on her.
3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
Here she comes. Okay, Kerry Roberts. So, y'all remember what? While they're getting her, she's got. Sorry. Hold on. Let me just pause it. Hold on. I just want to point out she's got the exact same tumbler as last year, by the way, because y'all know I love that color, and y'all know I drink out of. I've got right beside me here. I've got a tumbler full of my homemade cold brew. But I was gonna say, do y'all remember Kerry Roberts last time, right? On trial number 1, and her cross exam was pretty minimal, right? I mean, I felt like she was one of those witnesses where it's like, I just was like, whatever. I mean, and honestly, it's like in comparison to all the other shit that was going on, right? With all the other, like, just she was one of the more. I don't know. I just didn't hurt. It didn't do anything for me. It was just like whatever, I mean, she was more forgettable, I guess you could say. Again, keeping it's all relative, right, compared to the rest of the stuff. So, but going along with that, there wasn't really much of a cross exam. I mean, I think that the defense felt like I was saying, basically, I think the defense thought she wasn't that much of an important witness for the Commonwealth, but also. We know in hindsight, kind of like it seems like, all right, they really were expecting an acquittal, and you can't blame them. Now, if you're expecting an acquittal, then you might see a witness like Kerry Roberts and be like, yeah, we don't need to really worry about her, right? So keep that in your minds going forward here. My dear school friend.
Good morning.
She's wearing some sort of doily today, I think.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct.
At some point, you left.
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video and has certification, and then a smaller clip of that ring video. There's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. No objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
I have no idea, Angel. It's a good question. Someone can Google that shit or Google Pals.
Since 12A, 12B.
Thank you. One
What are you
final.
guys making jokes about with cannoli? That's funny.
It's a control seat would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows, 12B is the certification from Ring, and 12C is a clip of a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Why did that say 7?
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's taillight on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes. That's really funny. This looks like that's really funny. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Doily, look at all the spellings. That is crazy. An ornamental mat. Yeah, that's accurate. Okay. So Angel says it would appear the jury is well and truly out on the spelling of Doily. Amazing. Which one do we like, guys? I think that the first spelling is probably what I would have thought, but I'm just trying to see if the Brennan commands, it does not want to do the Brennan command. That is so funny. What is going on with Nightbot? I'm going to keep trying to work on this.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you looked at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Speed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the sides.
I don't see a metal part, but also remember, we were watching yesterday my hair experiment video. All of this is like the it's like almost, what do you call it? It's almost like aluminum foil basically on the inside of that to make it reflective, and it's really bright in this picture, so it looks kind of hard to tell. Let me back. Where is she saying this metal part is? Hold on.
In relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the sides. It's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any?
I mean, this picture is terrible. You can't tell if it's just the flash and especially when if you're using a flash, you've got a reflective surface like we know the interior of this thing is. I can't tell what's what. I can't tell where there's plastic, where there's metal, and I just can't tell what I'm even looking at. He describes it as this white part. It's not white. There's nothing white about it. It's either clear with silver.
Any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if.
But why would that cause you concern? Like, they get a hole in their jacket? I mean, that.
You thought she hit somebody.
I didn't write in anything official. This is from the exhibit and trial.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Yeah, if it's pulsating, it's not, it's the court or the camera. I mean, it's just not.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview.
Dr. Bob, we read that at the beginning of the stream. 683. We read that at the beginning of the stream. I already have it.
You said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from?
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. I'm on top. I try to be on top of it, but thank you for letting me know. Surely there will be times where something comes out and I haven't seen it.
Defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She was in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat.
So I'm going to slow this down a little bit. Does anybody want to go over the order again? I mean, again, it's at the beginning of the live stream, but there was only a couple of y'all here, but it's short. So we can take a look at it again. If people want to just take a look now, we can totally do that. Just let me know. And let me back this up a little bit.
There was talk, and I said, "Where is Fairview?" And Jen said, "It's off of Chapman." So it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane. So I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She was in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her, and I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, "Oh my God." I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine.
I just have to say, y'all have seen the saga of me trying to get Sabrina in command to work for months and months. And it worked one time, then it stopped working. I literally don't give up every day. I even researched it and I couldn't find anything that said, why does one specific command, some of the commands work on and off, like Frank's has seen that with her command. But this command has never worked except for one time. And I can't find anything about it. Anyway, I just wanted to say, finally, I combined it with the Nostradamus and now it works. So there we go, guys. I take that as a huge win. I've tried literally everything. And for whatever reason, this is the way that it works. And it's fine because that's a quote from Brennan. So there we go. All right. Yay.
His right eye looked like it was huge.
I just did it.
Like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes,
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
yes,
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
yes,
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No,
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
Dr. Bob, if you're still listening, are you in the Discord?
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point.
I'm going to pause it real quick. There's a reason I'm asking. So I'll just go ahead and pull it up because you might want this. So let me just show this real quick because let me just unsure reshare. So this is, I just have a feeling Dr. Bob might want to have access to this. This is the Commonwealth timeline from Brennan's. We looked at this at the beginning of the live stream, but from Brennan's opening statements, right? So this is what he said yesterday, and it involves, right, the battery temp and all that. And then it includes here the questions and the inconsistencies. So I can put this in the Discord for anyone that I figured there's probably some people that might want this. I can put this in the Discord. And it covers from 12:12 until 6:04 a.m. And then the other thing, and then this is the order, like I said, we covered this earlier, but yeah, so the thing that stuck out to me here was the third parties. I'm like, by any third parties, does she mean DOJ? Because I swear to God, because she knows how that is, like they can't, there's nothing they can do. So I don't know. But third parties, any third parties, right? Technically could include the DOJ, but you have to, it strains credulity that she knows how it is. So anyway, but we read this at the beginning of the stream, but I just wanted to see if anybody wants me to put this in the Discord, not just Dr. Bob, but anybody, right? If anyone wants this in the Discord, let me know. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Back to the trial. Okay.
And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Yeah. The chest compressions. Sorry, good catch on that one, guys. I didn't actually catch that, so thank you. The chest compressions. That was not mentioned either. Yeah, there's a lot that has come out. I should be keeping a list. Fuck. There's a lot. Well, I mean, we pointed out a bunch of things yesterday, right? Of things that were new. And this is new. Does anybody, okay. Does anybody remember off the top of their heads? If not, I'm sure I'll find it when I'm finishing timestamps. Yesterday, all the things that were new that we hadn't heard yet. If anyone remembers, like new facts of the case, right? Let me know. Welcome, Abby. Abby, actually, I think you were one of the people that pointed out one of the new things I was just referencing. But I'm going to start keeping a list of the new things. And so for today, that's going to go on list. So let's try to keep, so in other words, I can keep track now and I'm going to keep a list, but now we have to make sure the things from up to now, right? So if anyone wants to chime in, so this is that Jen was doing chest compressions, but there were several things yesterday that were new. Actually, I'm thinking about it. And if I go back and do the chat replay, I'm sure I can find those and timestamp them. Anyway, I'm just thinking, okay, I'm going to keep a list.
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to back it up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this official and I'm going to timestamp where the new thing is heard so that people, if they want to, can go back and reference it. So let me find this with the, let's see. Okay.
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point.
Okay.
And then
So I'm just getting this.
the EMTs came. So I can't be sure. I would say
Okay.
4 minutes, 5 minutes
20.
while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Kerry, Jen, Kerry, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
I'm pausing to see if you guys have chipped in with any things you remember from yesterday. Official centers, right? Okay, let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, the cross. Yeah, but okay, so just great question here as well. How many nickels will I gather? So if anyone does remember, there were some specific things that came up. I think it might have been from Mr. Nuttall, maybe. I mean, it would have had to have been because he was, and then, well, I guess it could have also been Kerry on direct, but I think it might have been from Mr. Nuttall. But I wanted to show you guys what the document here that I'm going to be working on. And what I'll do is this will be an ongoing thing, and I'll just show you what I'm doing so you guys can see. I'll make it nice with, as I always do, right? With color coded. I'll make it color coded as to the witness that said the thing and the witness that did the thing, and I'll make it fun with the fonts. I'll do all that. But literally, I just want to show you guys what I have so far. So what I'll do is I'll categorize it by day, and then there will be a timestamp for where it happened, so that way people can go back and pull it up exactly. So this is what I have so far, but I know we need to add the ones for day one. But I just wanted to show you guys. So this will be an ongoing thing for this trial. So let me just unshare, reshare. So now you guys see that. Cool. Hopefully you guys think that will be helpful. Okay.
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, maybe a half hour.
Busy bees.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
Busy bees was a new thing to say because it's amazing, but I don't know if, okay. There might have been some new stuff in the opening statements. However, I'm not going to include that yet because that's what the evidence will show. So in other words, anything new that we learned from the opening statements, I'm not going to include that because we will hear that at trial when it happens. And remember, what the lawyers say is not evidence, right? So we have to go from what the witnesses say, and then when that new stuff comes up in testimony, then we will include it in the list. So we're not gonna use stuff that was in opening statements. So we're gonna and also hearings. This list is gonna be what the jury hears from the witnesses, right? So in other words, when we're thinking about what was new, it would be for the witnesses from yesterday. So
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far. So I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant
Yeah, this
leave?
whole thing about the war dead, that came up in the first trial. I think it already came up in this trial. I think that came out through Tim Nuttall
With
yesterday.
medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the two baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and two blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat
think
on?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe
right
what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe.
God, that Justin Rice dude. Do y'all remember him from the first trial? He was the one that was like drunk and or high and just a complete mess.
Got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No.
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
No.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece.
That's an interesting notice. Note there from Scott. Why was she trained? Let me see. Handed instead of gave. Let me see. I didn't catch that. There's a lot. I will say there's a lot of times today where people make like Freudian slips, or if you will.
Yeah.
So
at one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No.
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
No.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital.
okay, I don't think I went back quite far enough to find the part about the phone. Okay, let's see here.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, Karen, what happened? And she said, I left him at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, and you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, all right, that's enough. She's been through enough. Then we hung up with her. I said, we're on our way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When
So I'm not quite sure, Scott, where you're mentioning that about. I don't know if you're saying if that was, I mean, because that was, I feel like I saw that pretty quick after it popped up. So I'm not quite sure what you're referencing there. But let me know.
said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No.
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
No.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Yeah.
Joanne, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
Okay. Is it ever quick though? This is a new thing that they've got going on for this. That bluish purple, kind of cool, kind of like the Aurora Borealis.
O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Oh, technical issues. Are you serious? Do I need to go to another feed? I mean, what do we miss? Gosh darn it. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what's happening. So we're gonna pull up another feed. That sucks. Hold on just a sec, guys. Luckily, I already double checked on this. And funny thing is, like the NBC 10 feed, their time for this feed for the entire day is identical. So, or sorry, Boston 10 rather. So I can go to the same time. It should be where this is. So, what is it? An hour and 4. Give me a second.
Like a golf ball.
So this is when they approach.
With the court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Here we go.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I'd ask that the camera not film that, please.
Oh, that's why.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit and
That's why.
will not publish it. May I approach around?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature. And I said, "Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe.
Okay, now this is where the court TV feed picks back up. So we're going to switch over just because it's easier when I think the sound's a little better, but also they have the timestamps and witnesses are labeled.
I went home.
Sorry, I forgot to share this. Hold on, I'm an idiot. Hold on. Okay, here we go. He wears
Back
it.
to their home?
Where's it?
I drove, no,
The bracelet.
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow?
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night?
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so
Okay.
she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person?
Yes.
Spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you
So this is important. This is going to come up a lot on cross.
ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
Wow.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area?
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
like that's a weird ass question. I agree.
Do you know a lot
I'm
of people
Greenan.
from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's
By the way, for anyone who hasn't seen it, I updated the 22 seconds command. I fixed it. I should have done this a long time ago. I fixed it to where it says Haas long.
friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to the house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
This
And
whole
did you
thing.
do that?
Oh, this whole
You
thing.
dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the
It's Lank House Gate, guys.
back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes,
Did you ever try to get inside information about this case?
no,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer it's yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement
Hold
assignment
on, I want to hear that part again. Hold on.
did I ever come to where?
to court?
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court? And
I
don't answer it's yes or no.
Yes,
Okay.
Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John?
That's interesting. So she stopped coming to court to support the O'Keefes. Does anybody know anything about that? The reason I backed it up is because I thought maybe I must have misheard it, and that she was coming to support Karen, and then she changed her mind. That's interesting that she stopped supporting the O'Keefes, and it's interesting that he elicited this on direct. Okay.
And you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well
Your mental
It was-
state of mind?
in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her, but I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes,
And what was your mental state then?
still, we hadn't even had a funeral, so I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes,
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay?
Spencer! Woo! Kat, are you saying that that's the answer to the question I had about why she stopped coming to court to support them? Is that what you think? Or do we know? Like, did that come out anywhere? See you later, Angel. What did I nail, Spencer? Oh, right. Right.
Ms. Gilman, is
Okay.
this on?
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Right.
Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Lane had stated mental state of mind and state of mental mind and mental state of mind, and they're neither of those are even exceptions to hearsay. So it was just great. Love it. Remember, guys, whenever y'all see anything, get any new facts, make sure y'all point them out since I don't catch them already, so I can put them on the timeline.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
So Kat, so just that's true. We did hear that, but we haven't heard about it this trial yet. But also, I mean, my initial question was, why did you mention timeline? Was that in response to the question I had about why Kerry said she stopped supporting them in court? That's what I was first asking, but we haven't heard about it this time yet. This time around. Yeah, what if any mental minds are mental state of mind? I think that would get objected to for vague or unintelligible, not leading. We've never seen it. We've never seen it. I've been wondering the same thing. Yeah, we've never seen it.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Right. I know it comes up on cross. Yeah, thanks, guys. We'll talk about it when it comes up.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets, not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And do you, well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please. What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray. So we said a prayer.
Was it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please. Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
I'll note the time is 6:21:22. Do you know where you walked?
No,
Are
I
you
do not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay. Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Ms. McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue.
I'm going to speed this up.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again. At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No.
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman? Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
6:26:25. Continue, please. And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 6:34:48.
Quiz, I said at the beginning of the live stream that I saw some of Kerry Roberts on cross earlier, but that's pretty much all I saw.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
And Twiz, if you'd been here at the beginning of the live stream, you'd have heard that. So just saying. Twiz be twizzin'. Twiz be twizzin'. Twiz is watching now, but he missed me saying that at the beginning of the live stream. Late. Doing whatever Twizness, like Twizness, but Twizness he was doing. Getting to the next question. Wow.
Is this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we
Okay.
take 15, 20 minutes?
Judge Bev was like, what are we doing here? Okay. So they're taking a recess. Okay. And then they come back. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please. Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Great. Warm car.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it
No
in your
idea.
pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Cross, cross, cross. You guys ready? Here we go. I have to get this ready for Mr. Jackson here because of his beard. Charge!
Your Honor, may
Go
I?
ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those
Twiz, why do you want me to pull this picture up? I don't get it.
is not, Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you give me a thumbnail.
I don't know.
We
Maybe.
had that yesterday, well, or 2 days, what was it, yesterday for Lori, and then we did that again yesterday because of his beard. It's like a Civil War beard.
30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case?
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
That's not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your
Oh boy, here we go.
The elected district attorney. What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
That's not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication
I'm
itself.
surprised that Brendan objected.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple
I
of
want to
weeks
hear that part about the cross-examined.
from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on how.
Wait, she said the last trial? Hold on.
Mr. Brennan, before your testimony today.
Yes.
What was the
Well,
circumstance?
there it is. We talked about this at length yesterday, right? And remember, I said, how long before the jury figures out that there was a first trial? And we were talking about this because of how Mr. Jackson kept saying like last year, but then he would specify when it was grand jury. And I was like, is the jury going to figure it out? Holy shit. And I said last night, guys, that my impression is that Alan Jackson does not care if the jury figures it out, because he could have phrased those questions in a different way where it could have, if he, for example, he didn't care if they figured, like if he wanted them to not figure it out. And this proves it, because he didn't stop her from saying this. Like he didn't say move to strike or wow. There it is.
That meeting.
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking.
Okay. There it is. Yep. Wow. Holy shit. I'm going to actually add this in my list. So I need the timestamp. We'll see.
That meeting.
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Was she not cross?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there.
Was she not cross-examined at all? Okay, she wasn't cross-examined at all. Okay, right. See, that's no wonder I was like, wow, it must have been really minimal because it was forgettable. She wasn't cross-examined at all. Okay.
One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
So to the extent that anyone already knew, right? The attorneys can't say to the jury out loud, even if they already know, they can't. Again, the way that's been referenced so far is last year. So it's not come out of anyone's mouth last trial as far as the attorneys go. It came out of her mouth. So if the jury learns it, it's confirmed or whatever, like they can't say that though. That is 404B. That's 404B.
Were those meetings, you said there were 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
And the thing is that it could be considered prejudicial to either side. Like I talked about this last night, that it could be considered prejudicial to the defense that, oh, she already had a trial and she wasn't acquitted. Like Twiz says, it shows she's not guilty. No, it doesn't, because there's a retrial, right? If she was acquitted, then they wouldn't be here. So it means that there was so in other words, it could be considered prejudicial to either side because essentially the reason this trial is happening is because it was a hung jury, right? So it could be considered prejudicial to the Commonwealth or it could be considered prejudicial to Karen Reed. That's why they can't say it. And welcome back, Larisha, right? Am I pronouncing that right? Happy to see you again.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Again,
Videos?
like I mentioned earlier in the stream, the fact that they didn't cross her shows that they did not find her to be that much of an important witness to the Commonwealth last time. And it just goes to show you what you learn, right? This time around, because this is like, as y'all know, this is crazy. And, but again, I think that they were so confident that they would get an acquittal and they didn't worry about her, right? But they learned their lesson.
Testimony, transcripts?
No.
Reports?
No.
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay. So you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Now it's fucking out there. If the jury didn't catch it the first time, now it's like we watched it. Wow. Hi, Happy Annie.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh boy. Shit. Oh my God. Okay. I had a feeling. I was like, okay. Sidebar. Wow. Sidebar. It's a sidebar.
May I hear?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, Dashcam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the thing is this, though, had they taken the time to go through and look at her grand jury testimony, I'm talking about for the last trial, had they had taken the time to go through a grand jury testimony and then her testimony at the time in the first trial, they could have done what they're going to do today. They could have done that then, but they didn't. So it makes me wonder if they just didn't take the time. Now, I thought about this a lot because I heard part of this cross earlier today. And so anyway, what I was thinking is that potentially because they have so much more help now, right? They've got a lot more attorneys. They've got a lot of extra support. I wonder if they said, okay, go back through all of this. And if somebody's caught this, I would imagine they probably didn't catch this before, or they would have brought it up. Okay. This whole thing with the grand jury, but they probably didn't devote the time to it because they weren't that concerned with her. So
what was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending on what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck?
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay.
The back hatch, guys.
Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Okay. Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
No.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe 10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
You made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye?
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jim McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Ms. Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson. Oh my God.
Get page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Ms. Roberts, is
can't
that
ask
quote
for that.
that I
That's
just said,
insane.
is that accurate? Do you see it in the,
yes, it is.
may I approach?
Yes. That's wild.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Okay. Just for reference, I'd like you to, I'm going to change both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
May
What
I?
I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause?
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah. That's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay. You can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit it?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were 2. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. 2 individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those 2 troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I
sound
don't know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that, ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
Yeah,
I don't know.
they did get a different monitor kit, Smiths. Remember they asked for a bigger one? I would assume it was also probably more new and, better. I agree. They're definitely better videos.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that.
Okay, this is the big one.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing,
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they had the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
Your friend Lee with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No. Well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and afme Mulaney arrived, right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there. Yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sorry. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message
I just
between
have
the
to
two
say,
of you?
what are the odds though that all of the cameras involved in this case were replaced after things, like not just all Lolliport surveillance, right? But also the like even the Ring camera is just, you know, it's just a bit fishy.
The subject of the Ring camera.
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I, Coach?
I'm so.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thanks.
Pat really wants to know
March
things about
7th,
my
2023?
mom.
Is that a fresh
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
Nope. I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lank's house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lank's house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lank's house, so I drove my daughter to the Lank's house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, was my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another? On her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the
Guys,
importance
before
of
we get
providing
into-
information.
This is just the impeachment. I need to back this up because the thing about my list, remember, I'm working on my list here of all the new information we're learning this trial, and we're getting a lot of new information. I want to make sure that you guys have the opportunity to also let me know if you're, yeah, okay, I see that, Dr. Bob. I had my document pulled up. I couldn't see the chat. Dr. Bob said that's new. Yeah, I need to go back and so I can see the chat without my document blocking it here. because I'm sure you guys are going to catch a lot of stuff as well. Okay, hold on. There's a lot of information in here, guys. Right. Well, and of course, right, because she wasn't crossed. So I'm not blaming her. She wasn't crossed. So there's no reason Lally would ask a lot of these questions that we're getting information here that why would Lally elicit this testimony, right? If anything, you blame the defense for not crossing her the first time, right? Okay.
Was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay.
Ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
Your friend Lee with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sorry. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
Nope. I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lank's house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
At her house?
Yes.
With anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lank's house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lank's house, so I drove my daughter to the Lank's house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop
You need to
Jen's
daughter
back
to the
me
Lank.
up to get the timestamp.
McCabe from.
So I was going to drop her off. Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Okay.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lank's house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
At her house?
Yes.
With anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
Right. She didn't have a cross.
And then you drove over to the Lank's house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lank's house, so I drove my daughter to the Lank's house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's. Is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever. I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
so she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, was my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay.
I'm just pausing it real quick, so I'm just getting this in the thing. So yeah, what I'm saying is they didn't cross her, so that's how you can blame them for not getting this information the first time around. Twiz is the best mod. Glad you're at the gym. Okay, workout Twiz, also known as twerkout. Woo! We love you, Twiz. Have a good workout. I need to make another one. I need to update this command to have twerkout in it. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Okay, cool.
Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right, exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Oh, good night, Dr. Bob. We love you so much. Thanks so much for being here as always. And I've just updated the command for Twiz.
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many?
What's interesting to me about this, Jen asked her to versus Jen just doing it. Interesting, right?
There have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office,
3 hours earlier,
gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms.
only
McCabe?
8 p.m.
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again.
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness.
That reminds me so much of he asked the question to Brian Albert, and it's like, can you please repeat that? You know how long 22 seconds is? It's just so reminiscent of that.
Free of influence of other people, other witnesses.
I mean,
is that right?
It's just.
Say it again.
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement. Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure.
A bad
A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right? Objection.
Sustained.
Twiz, are you saying because there's more people there, it's more crowded? We hear that.
Question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right? Objection.
The reason that's sustained, that's for speculation.
Sustained.
Kelly has a random question. Love the announcement. Do you think Jen McCabe has had her teeth fixed since last trial? That's a great question. I would if I were her. I'm just saying, I would if I were her. I haven't seen them. That's going to be so exciting, guys. I'm so glad you mentioned that. That's something we can definitely be excited about. I mean, there's plenty to look forward to for her testimony, but the teeth will be one thing. We're going to make sure we pay attention to the teeth. I mean, if they're fixed, it'll be obvious. Twiz is in Pullman, Washington. Having his
I want to talk
out.
about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes,
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna back this up so I can add this on my list about this interview. Wow, you can hear him. You can hear him writing things down. Amazing.
The first time you January 29th, with Roberts, influence from someone else would lack.
Okay, hang on. Let me listen to
Okay.
this.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about
He's building something here, guys. He's building something. This is like building a house. It's masterful.
the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts.
One
There's
by
been
one.
several of them.
One by one. And I'm gonna put these on my
The
list.
first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Larisha,
Was it recorded?
hang on. Larisha, ASU? Which ASU? Because I'm trying to remember. Are you in Arizona? Because ASU is also where I went to school. That was Appalachian State University. That's really funny. Does she have a hearing problem? Yeah. I don't think she has a hearing problem. It's processing the question. It's like sometimes it's like you didn't mishear somebody, but you're not quite sure what they're asking. So you might say it like that. That's how I would interpret it. Remember, she hasn't been cross-examined before, right? So, because at grand juries, they don't cross-examine. So she's never been cross-examined. This is a first. And that's true. Kit Spitzel is giving the benefit of the doubt. I love it. It is hard to hear in that courtroom. Okay, you live in Miami, went to Arizona State. Shout out to Miami. Went to Arizona State. Okay, cool. I'm adding all this to my fucking list here. So it's January 29th in her house.
Do you remember what time the interview was?
Time.
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
No, don't call me. Sorry, I'm talking.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
Wow.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but
Wow.
I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
Shouldn't there be food on the table if it was dinner time? Just saying.
You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that At about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection is sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Pat, we will hear about that. Don't worry. That will come up at some point today. I don't remember. I remember hearing that. It must have been probably during her testimony. That comes up, so don't worry. Well, shout out to all the runners in the chat.
Thank you. The second page of that report.
Twist still hasn't let us know why he's
There's a little mark
about his early workout.
Paragraph 5. You can take a look at that.
Walking is great too. We love walkers. Any horse people in the chat tonight?
Ma'am?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now's the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
Cosmic Twiz, what happened? I was asking you why you're sad about your early workout, you crazy head. What happened? Well, I don't know what else you mean though by what happened. Lots is happening. We're talking about running, walking, horses, and all of the inconsistencies here. And I've got a lot of updates on my document. Horseback riding all the time, sleepaway camp. Yeah. I mean, but having like wishing that you here's my thing. I would say you're a horse person if you wish you had horses or had access to riding all the time. That's what I would say counts as a horse person. Like if you start thinking about horses and get horse brain, horse person. Yeah. Like I get horse brain and I have to just redirect myself or I will have horse brain. I have to think about horses in small doses. Oh my God, now I'm thinking about horses. Okay. Now, we have people of all ages here, man.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report.
No, bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it.
Okay, wow. So first of all, kids, I had a feeling you'd be a horse person. Remember, if they look at the thing and they're like not refreshed, then they can't ask them about it.
Do it again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay. But you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, I'm sorry, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind?
No.
That literally, the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead, and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
Hold on, let me back this up. That's really funny, Kelly.
And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, I'm sorry, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally, the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead, and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, I'm sorry, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but.
Is fun.
Yeah, Coach?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview.
It might.
First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just to refresh your recollection.
Oh. Oh, for the date, yes.
Yeah, Coach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
The second
Yes.
interview,
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a
Hang on.
timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping.
okay,
That's a,
this is huge. I need to back this up so I can get this on my thing. 25640, hold on. February 1st, okay.
that second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory, going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That's big. That's big.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
I mean, again, he's building something here. It's like building a house, right? He's going through every single one of her interviews with law enforcement, one by one in chronological order.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Ms. McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay.
It gets worse.
And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed.
This is crazy.
February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
Wow. Wow.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was,
Oh,
did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe?
She's saying the phone call from Trooper Proctor. Hold on, let me back this up. She's saying that the phone call from Trooper Proctor was before her first interview.
Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something,
Putting it
and
on
you
my
would say
list.
something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call
Okay.
you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So
Wow, what a mess.
Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes,
Oh,
Right. Was that interview recorded,
Wow.
to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time
What a
you
disaster.
met with police
This is
was
crazy.
February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police yet a fourth time. You were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And
Wait,
handed your
a fourth time. Wait, we didn't have a third time. Hold on. I'm just getting my thing.
February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Sorry, I was trying to back it up. Wow. Okay, hold on. Actually, this is not that big of a deal because of the thing I'm working on. I've got all these timestamps. Okay, so 3:01. Hold on. That makes it easy to find where I was. This is craziness. I'll show you guys what I'm working on here once I get this next thing on here. February 2nd.
You have another
I think it was earlier that day.
her home at
Her sister, Denise.
back and forth, correct?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Driving
Down the timeline. For
her home at 12 Country Lane.
correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down
This is where the sister's writing everything down. So now you've got a third person writing everything down. This is crazy.
the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes,
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day. At about
Okay, there we go. That's what I was wanting. So 30240.
the fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember
Fourth time.
about signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police yet a fourth time. You were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
Okay.
And handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's why I was confused because I'm regardless of my document. I was confused because I was like, wait, we missed a third interview. So what it is he's counting the phone interview with Trooper Proctor. He's counting that as an interview. That's why this is number 4. Okay.
Handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Hang on. Let me back this up just a sec. I'm just getting all this in here.
And handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
Of course. Why
So
not?
Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning
Wow.
the incident.
Correct.
Wow.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe
Wow.
before you testified
Fucking hell.
in this trial?
This is it.
In this morning.
You guys. I
Did you discuss your testimony?
I can't even keep up with this fast enough to put this all on my thing. What the fuck? You guys?
This case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you
Oh
testified
my God.
in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became
Insane.
friends
Y'all.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you
Alright.
did not discuss anything about what you're doing
Great
here
question.
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
Endorphin rushes me.
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I
mean,
don't remember.
This is insane.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
The endorphin rush is like nothing else. Did you ever do long distance airship?
Did you ever?
So
Yes.
I have to just point something out too. The jury now, right, is hearing a lot about their communications, and they are probably like, "Who is this Jen person?" Right? And they don't even know about her teeth yet. Imagine they're like going to be waiting with bated breath to hear from Jen. Just saying. That's funny.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview
There
with
it
state
is.
police?
I
You
was
recall that or
waiting
no?
for this.
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't.
Okay. I was like, did I miss this part? Okay. Also, Twiz, are you done with your workout? Let me back this up. This is going on my sheet.
Ask it a different way.
305,
Did you say
50.
that you did or
Wow.
did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to
One
take
would
a look
hope. One would hope.
at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. So we're going to clear. The thing is this, right? The thing is this. He would not be asking this question if he didn't already know the answer that she was texting with her. I'm going to back this up real quick. This is insane. She's like, I don't remember. Oh, Lord.
29th interview with state police. Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm in a rush. May I?
Yes.
Y'all, the part though, hold on, where he knocks the thingy over is my favorite thing. I love this type of shit. Yeah. I love it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Candace, by the way, is training for a marathon. So
I'm in a rush. May I?
Yes. Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch. Okay.
See, I've referenced this before. This is a thing that Judge Newman was the first to do. And I'm saying this for a reason, because when Murdoch was happening back in the day, that was before I was actually covering stuff myself. So I was watching with EDB. And I remember when he did the stand break, EDB was like obsessed because she'd never seen this before. And so what I'm saying is this: if EDB is like, I've never seen this before, then I can take that to mean it's probably not done. It's probably a Judge Newmanism, if you will, just like bring the jury. And it's so funny because every now and again you see other courts, other trials where they do a thing and it's a Judge Newmanism. And the stand break is one of them. Whenever you see the stand break, I would be shocked if it was not because they got the idea from Judge Newman. And I love Judge Newman. So shout out to Judge Newman. Welcome back, Doug. Happy to see you. I mean, the fact that she doesn't even seem to realize that it's a problem, that like she's with well, everything she's saying is a problem. She doesn't seem to understand that. Like, oh, I talked to her on the way here to court. Like, what? Why are you not aware of that being a problem?
Quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Hold on. That's what she's
Anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch. Okay.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge.
That's
May I
what she
proceed?
said.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
got
No.
King back again.
Did you, in
What?
fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that
Oh boy.
at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they're seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
Oh,
You
okay.
testified at the grand jury.
I'm pausing. I've got all of that. So remember, like I said this earlier, there's some really interesting Freudian slips that happen. I think one of them is coming right up. But I also want to say this. For everyone that is talking about the perjury, Alan Jackson's goal is not to get her arrested for perjury. If anyone's saying that, don't listen to them. That's insanity. Okay? Alan Jackson isn't going after her. Okay? He's not being hostile towards her or aggressive. He's getting this information. Like I said, he's building a house, guys. When he gets done and we look at my document I've been working on here, you guys will see he's building a house. He's not going after her. He's going after Jen. And all he's doing is building a house. So whether or not she committed perjury is irrelevant, honestly. And it only matters if she gets charged. I don't know that anyone's going to bring forth charges. And he can't charge her, right? It would have to come from the government. The government would have to charge her with perjury. Do you think they're going to do that? No. So, I mean, and the other thing is this, as far as the perjury, right? People get impeached, right? And essentially commit perjury on the stand. It happens all the time, right? Very rarely do you ever see anyone actually get charged with perjury. I've seen it only in 2 cases. And I was trying to remember at this earlier, which one, there was a recent one where somebody was at risk of that and maybe did get charged. I can't remember what it was. It's very rare. It's one of those things where people use that as a scare word. Like, do you know that you can go to jail for perjury? Like, yeah, but 1 in a bazillion times does it ever happen, right? So I don't know why people get all up in arms about it. Listen, like Lori Vallow used it as a scare tactic with every single witness she cross-examined, right? It doesn't mean anything. Again, it's just so rare that anybody does actually get charged with perjury. And while yes, technically you can have jail time, it never happens. So, and in any case, again, the defense can't charge her with a crime, and that's not their goal. Their goal is not to get her under arrest for perjury. That is not their goal. Their goal is not about her fault. It's about who was there, right? He's going after Jen, okay? Just playing
on April 26th, is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. He's going after Jen because it's part of their whole thing, right? As much as I don't, we all have, I think, our agreement that the third-party culprit thing is not necessary. That's what this is about, sadly, is really going after Jen because Jen is in with the McAlberts, right? And Jen was there that night and Jen's involved with the third-party thing. That's the point.
Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified.
Kane! Sorry, I didn't see his Kane. She sewed together 45 doilies to make that blouse. Brilliant. Love it. I'm going to star that. That was brilliant. We had an earlier discussion about the different spelling for doily, and there's like 50 bazillion ways. And so that's also funny.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Here it is.
Is that right?
Yep.
This point here is that potentially, right? We're going to find out what happens. Potentially, it was more important to her to do what Jen said or whatever it is, right? That she would be risk. That's why he's saying that. He's not saying that because he's like, I want you to go to jail. He's showing how much influence Jen had that she'd be willing to risk. Again, if you're someone who doesn't know how this works and they tell you, they give you the whole perjury speech and they tell you, they do that to frighten you, right? And a person who doesn't know any better would really be terrified, right? So in other words, if you're Kerry, this would be a big deal. because you would think, oh no, I'm going to go to jail for perjury again. It like basically never happens. So, but she wouldn't know that, right? They tell you that to scare you. And so she would be like, in other words, with that in mind, she still was willing to say things based off of whatever it was with Jen. So, right? Kidsmiths, I have no idea. It's like I've been asked by so many people already tonight about this perjury, and I don't know where they're getting it from. Probably Twitter. No one said she committed perjury, but people are asking me, is this where she commits perjury? So I'm just I wanted to address that when the moment came up, because yeah, but it's probably Twitter. And I don't even use, y'all know I don't use social media, so I don't see any of this. But it doesn't surprise me that this is the rumor that's going around. So.
That's what I needed.
I mean, for sure, but it's just so rare that perjury charges are ever brought forth. So I see what you're saying. Like I'm not saying I have a problem with charges. I'm just saying they're not going to happen more than likely. They're so rare.
Is it your testimony that you have never said?
More importantly, that is not the point of his line of questioning. That's not why he said that. He's saying that just to show how much more important it was for her to, say things after talking to Jen that she would risk it, because again, for her, she wouldn't know that it never happens. There you go.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen
She did an interview?
Told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
Hold on, I need to hear this again. Kelly, are you saying that Kerry did an interview right after her testimony? Is that what you're saying?
That you have never said that Karen.
What? I'm shocked. Did they release her subpoena? She did before? I don't know what you mean. I just, people shouldn't be doing, yes, as in they released her from her subpoena. Okay, hold on, let me play this again.
Told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy, Kelly.
Sure.
Now, everything I just said, by the way, about Kerry Roberts, I want y'all to take a second. Those of you guys who are following Idaho v. Kohberger, I want you to take a second and think about how, in my opinion, everything that we've been discussing here with Alan Jackson building a house and how he's approaching her, right? Like he's not being aggressive. He's not going after her, right? I think almost, if not all of everything I've been just saying could apply to DM on the stand in Idaho. Okay. Think about it. Think about it. Apparently.
And if you can read on to page 83 as well.
And my point is this. Well, let me table that. I'll save it for when he gets done.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
Okay. So she didn't, I need to timestamp this on my thing. Hold on.
I didn't hear it, but I was
13.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Why iced tea?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Why the iced tea?
Sure. It's a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay.
So, and the reason I was just saying the thing about DM is because there's just so many people that I keep seeing, like, they can't wait to see her get cross-examined. They can't wait to see her get cross-examined. And I can infer what they mean by that, right? What do y'all think? Let me just ask y'all. What do y'all think when people say, or if anybody's if you're like, I can't wait to see her get cross-examined, right? Like, what is it that you guys think people are excited about with that for DM? Just curious.
Yep. I say I think. So I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay.
Is that fresh recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. She can't just, he has to ask a question.
Yep. I say I think. So I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay.
Is that fresh recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Jen.
And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him.
So they come back to it. So don't worry. The whole thing about the being told to say that comes back up in more detail. Don't worry.
Into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Let me back this up. I don't know. Rings on I have no idea. Hold on. Let me back this up.
Question, what, if anything, did she?
Oh my God. The question is what, if anything? Okay. So we know who's asking this question, right? The question is what, if anything? So we know who's asking it.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Okay. This is a big deal. So what, if anything, hold on. And I'm putting out my thing.
And then you
Hold on.
were asked a question, what, if anything,
What, if anything,
did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe
did Miss Reed ask Miss McCabe
while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
while they were
correct?
sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question.
Yeah.
May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
I know. I mean, I can. Yes. But do y'all ever get the impression that people are expecting?
Okay.
Yes.
That might happen.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
We all missed you, Twiz. Okay, hold on. Let me back this up.
And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event.
Y'all, I'm going to ask my question again. I don't think y'all got the question. My question was simple. if ever you hear guys or people talk about they just can't wait to see DM get cross-examined, what do you think that means? Like, what are they excited about? What are they expecting to happen on DM getting cross-examined? That's my question. Not what she knows, not what her, none of that. My question is, why do you think, if you ever see people say they can't wait to see her get cross-examined, what do you think that means? That's the question.
You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooping him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yeah, I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Roberts?
I thought it was
her mistake. She interrupted him. He wasn't done asking his question.
Thought they were lifting John up and scooping him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yeah, I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Roberts?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Kerry
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
Oh boy. He's reading this from the transcript. Did you hear? So this is the Freudian slip that she gave during the grand jury testimony.
What the others were doing.
Listen, guys, or it's an embedded confession. Listen. I'm going to put this at normal speed. This is insane. This is a bombshell moment right here. This is a bombshell fucking moment, dude. You guys.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped.
Right there.
Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
There it is.
correct.
There it is.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah,
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In the
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
Which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about that.
So the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement.
Denise scribes the timeline. Denise is I forget, somebody's sister related to Jan or something, but she scribed the timeline. I'm saving y'all's DM comments and we're going to talk about this at a good stopping point.
In another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
they asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
And while he's doing this, I'm just gonna ask another question. So, well, no, sorry. Let me table that.
Yes.
I have no idea, Kat. I don't think she's on the witness list, but she should be. I agree.
I
with
asked you
you
to take
on
a
that.
look at the entire
I,
document.
I see where Kat is going on this because Denise is the one who scribed the timeline. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think she's. I'm with you on that. Right? Like, where's the fucking timeline? Where's Denise? I'm with you on that for sure.
If you don't mind, go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
This is a huge moment right here, guys. Dude, epic.
Saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
I have to laugh at that because, I mean, I don't blame her. Like, Mr. Wally's questions are terrible. But don't worry, they're going to fall back up on that with recross, which I think is even more epic somehow.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're
Mr.
asking.
Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain. Watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines will follow. You done? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about
That's a great
what the defendant may
question.
have said,
So I think there was more than one grand jury. Fuck. That's a great point because there was a federal grand jury. This might not, I feel like, okay. I think there was a grand jury also on the state level. Does anybody in the chat remember? That's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up, Kat, though. The grand jury investigation. I feel like there was more than one. There definitely was the federal one. 100% there was the feds, for sure. What I don't remember is if there was also a state grand jury because I didn't follow this case until, as you guys know, the first trial opening statement. So I didn't know any of that. If anyone in the chat knows, let me know.
said to Mrs. McCabe, to Miss McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This is a Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak
Yeah,
to her.
but
I
she's
am
another
friends with her.
witness
We
in the
went through a
case,
really
though, dude. No.
traumatic experience together.
Sorry.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes,
Like,
many
you can
people.
speak to a therapist, dude. No.
Because it helps me get through. And
No.
it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw
Wait,
all of your phone calls
I feel like
that
when
were on
you
that phone?
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Please go for some more walk.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a ring camera.
Yes.
Whose ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the ring camera?
Because we knew the ring might be some sort of evidence. that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Why is none of the
Do
cameras
you
working?
have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asked to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
Tell me why none of the cameras work. Tell me why.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital.
Okay.
She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law.
Did y'all hear that? Freudian slip right there. Fuck me, dude. God, this is what I was saying. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Listen up, people.
Whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law.
One more time for those of you guys who are just like, what? Yeah, influenced by, he just said, and then corrected himself.
When you were being
Incredible.
interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse
Y'all,
to?
This is insane. And there's even more to come. There's one of the best ones actually is from Judge Bev later with this. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
Wow.
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is
sorry.
it your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
There's the plow part. Hold on, let me get this on my thing.
Did anybody ever ask you
I'm going to
to
get this on my thing just to further timeline here. Hold on, the plow part. Plow part.
that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
You don't have a timestamp on that.
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take any-
we took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat
You're
freak.
so
You were
dumb.
not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Did you ever wear shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
we
Miss
do
McCabe?
now.
Also,
We do
this-
now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
for anyone who saw the other night we were watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, isn't this so the timing of this, right? So reminiscent of that Porno Gill episode.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off and she had already gone in the house.
I don't
Do
understand
you
why
know
the
why you were
Commonwealth
called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house?
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no.
Despite no video, you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes,
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's no further questions.
Okay, so recross.
You just asked, just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
Right.
correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood that question?
Yes,
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you McCabe, while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser, that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes,
correct?
to a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically,
Technically?
yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Jen Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that
I
it?
didn't know what you just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you
Wow.
said, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long? Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
There it is.
Someone
Bam.
told you something about a phrase? that
How
started with How
long?
long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're all set.
Thank you.
Right there. Did you guys hear that? Dude, she just called her Miss McCabe. That is insanity.
Die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts,
Wow.
you're all set.
Thank you.
Wow.
May I?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Your Honor, before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of us. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see a 10-second clip. So, all right, we'll give you a 5.
You are unmuted.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of tail that missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing to the jury, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right.
15.
All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
Well, that's good. So they're taking notes, right? That's a good thing. Okay, so we're going to jump ahead here.
All right, thank you, jurors. Thank you. All right, your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's
The Commonwealth
hilarious,
calls
James.
Eddie O'Keefe.
That's hilarious.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now against you, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. She died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is
over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14.
He's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
I'm just pausing this real quick. So I wanted to show you guys this. Okay. Remember how I was saying how Alan Jackson was building a house, right? Okay, hold on. Okay. So, and this is also why I'm saying he wasn't going after Kerry, he was going after Jen, right? Because with that cross-examination, which, you know, again, it wasn't really especially aggressive, you know, apart from trying to make sure she was answering the questions, but wasn't really attacking her, right? The point being, as far as the interviews are concerned, right, that every single time she had an interview, she was with Jen or had just talked to Jen, and including on her way to testify at a trial. And then the big thing there, of course, that she never actually heard, right? Karen asked Jen to Google anything. So it came from Jen telling her that Karen asked her to Google things. So again, the fact that she lied to the grand jury only matters to the extent that it's like, because she said what Jen wanted her to say, because she was in the room, right? Or was it? Right, Jen with Kerry immediately before the grand jury testimony. And that's the point. That's the point. So the fire on this is going to be coming for Jen. So, and Angel is back. Hey, by the way, Angel, Abby was here. She came back and answered your question, and I saved her comments so that I could show you what she said. So here's the first one. Angel D, if you were on replay crew and see this, I think the answer is more so that the injuries were sustained prior to being in the snow. And he continued to bleed for a while, and the blood that was already out of him stayed on the snow and was dragged when they got him on the gurney. So I saved those in case you came back. Perfect. I'm glad that worked out. Wonderful. Also, this was hilarious and Kane. But right. So as it pertains though to DM. So right here. So I saved these, right? So these are the types of comments that I tend to see. DM's going to get destroyed. Dylan's going to get destroyed. So keep in mind that you want to destroy a witness that is good for the other side. So in this case, this hasn't Karen Reed, the witness that they want to destroy is Jen, right? because the Commonwealth thinks Jen is a really important witness for them. Right. And so, and as it pertains to Karen Reed also, because they're going with the third party culprit thing and Jen being all, but you can set that part aside, right? They, you normally want to destroy a witness that's really a strong witness for the other side. So the first question I have to ask is, who here that's following Idaho v. Kohberger thinks that Dylan is a strong witness for the state? Let me know. Who thinks that Dylan is a strong witness for the state? Because if I were the state, I wouldn't be calling her. Absolutely would not be calling her. But they're calling her because they don't have anything, right? Like they don't have the fact that they, so like that to me says a lot, right? The fact that they, that they would call a witness who's an absolute disaster simply because of the bushy eyebrows. Like, okay, the fact that you're going to call a witness that's a disaster says a lot about your case. The second thing is that you're willing to do that to get in a piece of information. And in the case with Idaho v. Kohberger, the piece of information is the bushy eyebrows. It's a joke. It seems like it's a joke to me. The whole thing like that is, so that says a lot about their case, right? Right. Well, no, I don't think the defense would call her. If the state didn't call her, the defense wouldn't call her. But I don't think the state, if I were the state, I wouldn't call her. But the state is relying upon her, sadly, right? Because, well, think about this twist. If the state did not call DM, a lot of the stuff wouldn't come in, right? If they didn't call DM, they couldn't get in. And well, obviously the quote unquote eyewitness bit, but also the text messages. Like, you remember, they have to have the witness to get the shit into evidence, right? That's how evidence comes in. Think about all of the evidence that would not come in if they don't call DM to the stand. So all the shit that you're saying the defense would still call her for why though? Like why? Like what would they want? Like why? For example, if the text messages, right, don't come in, why would the defense call her? Right, but see, again, this is all, but what you're referencing is all cross-exam stuff. Why I don't think they would want to. So, I mean, I'm going off of what we have in the court record, right? And so, in my opinion, similarly to here with Karen Reed, DN wouldn't be the enemy from what I have in the court record, from what we have in the court record, right? From what we have in the court record, we have a witness who is admittedly from the very beginning, I'm not your witness. I am the most unreliable witness of all time. Like, she basically says as much, right? She's never tried to prove, like, if you have a witness that portrays themselves as being credible, right, but really isn't, that's who you attack. If you have a witness who's like, I'm a disaster and I'm saying so, then you don't attack the witness, right? You attack whoever's calling them, right? And in this case, with Idaho v. Kohberger, that's the state relying on a disaster of a witness. That's the thing you want to go after, in my opinion, right? Especially because her interviews, right, they change over time, and she didn't mention the bushy eyebrows right away. If you can get to the part of like the power of suggestion, like that, you know, like we all see in interrogations, right? They're in this room and and then over time their story changes because of the influence of law enforcement. That's what I think is valuable. And so the way I see it, right, is from what we have in the court record, the approach that I would take is that DM is not the bad guy. The bad guy is law enforcement, right? The bad guy is the state. So I would take the approach of like, you're, you know, not in a mean way, right? But like, yeah, you were this drunk and you did it, right? Completely unreliable. Just to highlight, like, because the jury will be like, why did the state rely on her, right? That's what you want the jury to be thinking. You want the jury to be thinking, why did the state rely on this witness? What does this say about their case? And what else is unreliable about their case? That's step one. Step two is, were they willing to like influence her to elicit a story such as being asleep when she was awake, right? Even that. Why did she say that? Well, you know, this came out in her interview. Same thing with the bushy eyebrows. It didn't come out in the first time, right? It was after a couple of days. All that stuff, that's the route that, from what we have in the court record, that I think is a way more powerful, because if you can go the route of like, it's a shit case, everything was shit, right? And then also the influence and then, you know, influencing witness testimony through these law enforcement interviews, that calls everything into question. That is actually way stronger than like suggesting an alternative perpetrator. Because you could have you know, you could have an alternative perpetrator, but if the state still has a strong case, right, then that doesn't go very far. If you can just completely discredit the entire investigation and the state's witnesses, you know, because of the fact that they're relying on this, right? And they built everything off of this witness. And this witness is like, this witness who's a disaster is like a crucial part of their case. That's in my opinion, a way better way to go, because then that just diminishes the entire case that's better than being like, oh, there's an alternative perpetrator. Like, wouldn't you rather just be like, this entire thing is just fucked to begin with? That's the route I would go. So I don't know who Batanti is. There's all kinds of typos in those text messages. What are you talking about, James? There's all kinds of typos. There's typos in like every single one of those. So you guys are I see what you guys are saying in the chat, and what you guys are saying in the chat is not really what I'm talking about, but that's okay. I'm talking, yeah, y'all are, yeah. What is, I don't even know what a Batanti is. How many words are misspelled? Oh, okay. Allegedly. See, I don't rely on stuff that's not, you know. Hold on, let me unshare share. Okay. I mean, there's this, right, for James here. There's this. There's this. There's, I think, another one in here. I mean, I don't know if you count that this, you could count as a typo or not. I don't know. Depends on how you look at things. Like the ones that are actually normal are like this one and like I guess that again, RN, we know what that means. That one's like, okay. These ones. So it could be that some of these she was using voice to text, and then on others she wasn't. And the ones she was texting have all the typos, potentially. I mean, that's a good one. And the rest of these are phone calls. So yeah. Angel, I can't answer that question because I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. So I can't weigh in on that. I have no idea. Remember, the first test is relevance. Evidence is not admissible if it's not relevant. If it's relevant, then it goes through the other tests, right? 403, 404. So that's the only way. I don't know what this is, but that's how you would have to assess it. And it depends on who's trying to get it in, right? But regardless, whoever's trying to get it in, the tests are the same. The first test is relevance, and then you go through 403 and 404. If you're doing voice to text, it'll put the punctuation in though. Well, I mean, it must not be on the Idaho docket, cases of interest docket, because I've covered everything on that entire thing. That, unless it's sealed, obviously. So I don't know. I don't know, Twiz. I mean, we've talked about this at length, right? Like the inconsistencies and the issues with, like, the thing for me is if you really think somebody's in the house, not calling 911 right away, right? But that's not the question that I was asking anyway. And that's going to be brought up. They're going to ask her that on direct, and it's going to come up in cross. There's a lot that goes without saying that they're going to be questioned about, I feel like. So that's why I'm not bringing that up. I feel like there's a lot that just goes without saying. But in terms of the strategy taken by the defense, right? I think, like even what Twiz was saying, I agree that Dylan's actually a really good witness for the defense. So if you have a really good witness for the defense, if you're the defense and you have a witness that's a state's witness that you think is actually really good for you, why would you want to destroy them? Why would you want to take that approach? Wouldn't you want to be nice to them? And wouldn't you want to be the good guy? The state's going to come in and know this is a disaster. And I think it's going to set it up really easily for the defense to come in and be the good guy. And if this is a good witness for the defense, which I believe she is, then that's, so why would you want to destroy them? You know what I mean? Like she's like her witnessing, her whatever, she came in admittedly like destroying herself, basically, like, I'm a disaster. You know what I mean? So like, you can't destroy something that's already destroyed to begin with. That too. So there's that as well. This is Bethany. Pay attention, James. This is Bethany to Dylan. Pay attention. And the WTF, pay attention. This is also Bethany. These are not all Dylan's texts. Pay attention. I'm saying I think she's doing a combo of voice to text and typing, which is common. I do that all the time. Anyway, okay. So now we're going to go back to what's her face on the stand. All right. What's your question, Twiz? I'm saying Dylan is what? I was just showing James that the ones that he was referencing with WTF and STFU were not Dylan. Those were Bethany to Dylan. Okay. All right.
As far as?
Well, what was going to happen with the children?
When she passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he passed?
Yes, ma'am.
My son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister with the other two guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you, adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and he didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston.
Samaritan Hospital.
No, we were the only 3 in the car.
This is the part that we need to get here. Okay. So I think there might be some more things that will go on our list here of new information. So keep your ears out, guys, for new facts coming out, because she could be asked questions she wasn't asked the first time around.
Because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She's like, found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says,
we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out, because when my other niece worked at Good Samaritan, I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?
And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she said, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only 3 in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
Did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know, she was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead, did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yep. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know. Okay, and Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
Nope.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. O'Keefe,
Oh,
I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
okay. There it is.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5. Yeah, both on.
That's funny, Angel. Can you explain?
Both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. It's 17. I mean, it's stupid clip. I find this really, I don't like this at all. I don't like this presentation at all. I find it clunky. I don't like this at all. Oh, no, I think more people would do it if they figured out, if they knew how the command worked. I'm actually impressed that you figured out that you could insert any name there. So, yeah, this is just, I don't know. I don't like this at all.
There's no objection to these?
It's weird because you get in the flow of like witness testimony and then it's like these weird random clips and they're not tied into any testimony, right? They're just admitted randomly. I don't like this at all.
I don't know what they are.
I would be really confused.
Sorry, a second, please.
Sound left the court here for a sec. Oh, and the fan. Right. Okay.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very
sits up really straight, guys.
warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt.
This is crazy.
On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it again because I don't. But also, why is this happening during trial? This is crazy. Why do we not do this ahead of time? Bring in.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Oh, okay.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
Oh,
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dayton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dayton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into two cars
What is he suggesting happened there? Like, what are we supposed to be thinking that they did in the house, right? Stealing things? I don't understand. I know, but also they knock and ask to come in. So,
and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see,
are you
photograph,
joking?
identify the damage. In fact,
That's disgusting.
despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene.
I know, it's
is
awful.
An attempt to suggest
awful. It's offensive as
that
fuck.
she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Margaret. With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
I know, right?
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's
I
hear.
made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like you got hit by a car. It looks like you got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also consciousness of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt. It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something, what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. It has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that.
So you're in agreement that statement just comes in?
We're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I said you're okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay, we'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
May I clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one?
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
Give it to me, baby. Come on, give it to me, baby.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight?
Sorry.
And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Sometimes I just can't help myself.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
100% Angel, that's what they're saying. Yep. Definitely, that's what they're saying. Definitely. Well, in conjunction with the timing of wanting to play the clip, that's what they're saying.
May I?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
Stupid fucking clips, dude.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I sit down and went upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Give it to me, baby.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Guarino.
Who else died when this happened? Like, I didn't watch this, but like I saw, because again, they do the timestamps and I was like, what? And actually, like what? Trooper Guarino? Now, I would imagine it's because they want to have the foundation so they can then bring in their piecemeal text messages the same way they want to do these stupid piecemeal clips or whatever. But still, did not expect him already. Thank you. Also, there's something, is he injured or something? There's something funny about this, I feel like. I don't think anyone's leaving when you join chat, Angel. People, I don't know why people will think that. It's very odd to me.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and during the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thanks. She can do it.
Hi, stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
What does that mean? Is he hurt? Like, why did she say that? Does anybody know?
Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
Like, did he come in with crutches? Who is this guy? Trooper Guarino, Twiz. Oh my God. Did you not watch the first trial? Is he coming in with crutches? What is happening?
Okay.
It says she's being quiet. He seems to be walking with a cane. What happened to him?
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and during the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thanks. She can do it.
Hi, stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
Did he get injured? I don't know.
Yes.
Good
Does
afternoon.
anybody know what happened to him?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Guarino.
Mr. Guarino, where do you work?
I work the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was
Pause real quick to say something. So, Angel, whoever you're talking about, those people, I'm sure, are not people that come to this channel, so you don't have to worry about it. But also, Twiz, do you really not know who he is? I can. You don't have to delete it. It's fine. You're not the only person who says stuff like that. And it was like, even just Meg the other day said something like she thought Heather left because she was there. And I was like, what? I don't know. So I don't know what, maybe some people just need to have more confidence in themselves. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. And I don't know where this, I guess it stems from things that happen other places. So thank you for, yeah, exactly. Right. It's just, what is the pig snorting sound? I have no idea. Was that from him? But yeah, Twiz, do we need to explain who he is? Pig snorting sound. That must have been, I can't imagine that was here. Yeah, we've talked about this before, right? Like Meg and I've talked about this and other people, have said that, like, some of you guys seem to have bad experiences other places. And I hate that for y'all that feel like people are going to talk bad about you, or I don't know. Like, we talked about it a lot with, there's some people, and Meg, I'm sure wouldn't mind me saying this because she will admit it first thing, that are also quick to apologize for things. And I'm always like, what are you all apologizing for? And then it's like, a whole thing. I don't know. It just kind of reminds me of that too, where it's like, I also hope that you guys can love yourselves. You know what I mean? Shut up, Twiz. Like a freaky noise. I have no idea. He's the one who said, just kill me at the last trial. Correct. He is. But if Twiz didn't watch it, then he wouldn't know that, and probably needs to know first what his deal is. So Twiz, do you not know who this is? I'll start playing his testimony and you can let me know.
Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year, started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Meg.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a
He
particular?
looks familiar. Okay. So he testified in the first trial. He's the one who did all the cell phone extractions. Okay. Now here's the thing. He's also currently under investigation for the internal affairs shit for all the, and is it the feds also? Is he also, I can't even fucking remember, dude. There's so many investigations. He's the one who was involved in the Sandra Birchmore case and somehow missed the, like, what is it? Like 46,000 text messages of him grooming her. Timothy Farwell grooming Sandra Birchmore. And so, yeah. Now he's not been fired or anything yet. So I guess the jury's still out on what's going to happen with him, but he's got all that going on. And apparently he's injured in some way. And I don't know why he's injured. So yeah, Angel, if sometimes YouTube does that, and I have no idea. I mean, there's no reason you would be blocked, but like, we've seen that with other people where it's like YouTube's just like they're not being seen in the chat. So I don't know. But yeah, thanks for letting us know. Right. He missed. Right. Yeah, no, it was not missed. And if I said missed, I meant it with the scare quotes, obviously. That's what he says, right? Yeah. So it's a problem, right? But I'm going to skip forward. He's just going to go through the standard. We all know, right? The type of shit that they do. They get trained, Massachusetts State Police. Oh, this part's interesting, though. I'm surprised that.
So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator.
Probably should have left that part out. I mean, I guess the jury doesn't know that that's disgusting for him to even call himself that. But anyway.
I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work,
you don't have to worry. Y'all, no one has to worry about being blocked here unless you're Glenn, and that already happened. So he's the only troll we've ever had.
With cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute, so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program, how to extract cell phones using the Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into.
I'm putting it on 1.5 because literally all this is the foundation, so that they can then bring it back later to read in the text messages. I don't even think they do any text messages.
The software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible?
35 years. Let's hear that part again, guys.
And the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
Crazy.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
And it's correct. We learned all about that from Murdoch.
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information is on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, If it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same. Because
Even
it will
if it's
shift.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the gray key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through GrayKey, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yeah, so that's Cellbrite and then Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond?
Timestamp data thingy. I'm not sure I know what you're referencing, Angel. Celebrate? I don't know. Data thingy. I don't know. I'm sure we'll probably hear it.
Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the
Oh, right.
information. so you
Okay.
can
So
read
that
it.
was what you were looking for. You were looking for Celebrate. Okay. Yeah.
In
yeah.
your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that GrayKey gives us has never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it.
Does the software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs, so to say, phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases
Are
that
you not a fan of plums, Angel?
involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone can find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone, It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Are they low hanging? I
typically,
mean, I don't
when you're
know.
producing-
I've never seen a plum. Do those grow in Australia? I don't know. Are they, or do they actually grow low, or are you just like they're low hanging fruit as in like they suck? I mean, I have no problem with plums.
Into discovering a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions.
I didn't know. Is that a nickname for testicles? I've never heard that. I've never heard that myself personally.
Phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a
That's
software
funny.
and hardware. The
Yeah, I didn't know that.
unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the digital forensics laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
So, I mean, this isn't all that. Again, this is foundational. Let me just skip ahead a little bit. Okay, so here we go. The night,
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Kennick and Michael Proctor.
Oh boy.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
Those two fuckers, dude.
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question because we're probably gonna finish up with this here in like, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. Question. After this, we can either redirect into Murdoch, where it's the return of the child ninja assassins, and also so we're gonna watch that expert. And then also it would be John Marvin, which is Alex's brother, for some really heart-wrenching testimony, really different from what he's got different DNA than Alex. I'll just say that much. So that would be whenever we do it, right? That would be the next episode for Murdoch. So we can either redirect into Murdoch, or we can do more Curb Your Enthusiasm in the Discord. So y'all let me know if you have a preference.
A report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr.
Yes,
phone? May I
I did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight.
Okay, sir. It's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that?
I mean, again, we just don't. Fine, I get it. It's foundation. Okay.
May I approach the witness to show him the?
So he did the things, you know. The thing is this: is that this is so they're going to be bringing him in. It's very odd, just like with the chippy. Oh my god, the clips that are all choppy and awkward. It's kind of that's what this is going to be like, where he's going to have to come in probably every day and testify, and so. Whereas normally when you've got the dude that does this phone, like last time when he testified in the first trial, right? He was on the stand for a long ass time, and they went through all this same background shit, but then they got into like more detailed stuff. And then he got into reading of all the text messages, and he read all their text messages into the record, you know, and then there was a long cross-examination and right? And like, that's what you normally see. Instead here, it's just like the basic background shit and like none of the real interesting stuff. Like, Again, I don't think they even do any text messages, and there's no cross exam. And it's just sort of like, great. You did, like, right. For example, I see this right. They're talking about Proctor and Buchanan, but again, they're not even crossing on him today. So anything interesting with this is just going to be done later. Right. So let's just
for both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the
Software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
interesting
What do you
that
do?
he's
Do you
wearing the same color tie as his
For
shirt.
other software, or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on GreyKey, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us. So when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Brooke, please.
Thank you. Interesting. Y'all let me know your preference. Do you want to go into Murdoch next episode, or do y'all want to go watch Curb in the Discord? Let me know, because we're going to be plowing through the rest of the day here. Pretty quickly.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
Good point. Yeah. Right. Good point. Yeah, because Leslie made the objection. Yeah. Thank you for
I'll
pointing
mention
that out.
2 documents, sir.
Dismissals, yes.
Did you? Yeah.
Funny.
A result summary from GreyKey.
Process went through.
I'd like to introduce this to the next exhibit, please.
Yes, this is the first of all the.
Great. He's just looking at all this. He recognizes it.
Partial download. Number and digits and think different.
So it has one number again, and I get.
Who inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create copying, make the extraction? Did you plug it into the GreyKey?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction GreyKey progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
I would say we
Well, I
do this.
wonder. Well, I'm saying this as a joke. I'm still just really up in arms about what is he injured? Did he have a cane walking in or something? But part of me is wondering if I'm saying I'm completely joking. I'm completely joking, by the way, that he's faking that because remember how like they're not going to be allowed to have the readers and they're going to have to bring him in and he'll have to come in like probably every day or whatever, depending on how Brennan wants to bring the text messages in at different times. And this is a joke, right? That he would be faking this injury so that Judge Bev was like, oh, that's going to be really tough for him, like to come in like repeatedly. So because of that, we're going to do the readers. It's a joke. I'm just still like, what is going on? Like what happened? Anyway.
Essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you at some point later Did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell
mean-
us what a USEF reader is?
And literally, that's like literally what I was thinking, right? Because it's like his demeanor is very different so far for this, and it's like because he knows, like, dude, yeah. Now here's the thing: I can't remember exactly what they decided about. I don't think they can bring up the internal affairs investigation with him because it's not finished yet, it's still pending or whatever. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's. I don't know, because they're going to be talking about it. They're going to be able to get into it with the other dudes. I don't know. Either way, I'm sure this is a really brutal experience for him, even just because he knows that he's like completely, potentially about to be fired and whatnot and like disgraced. And and then what people think about him, even if it's not the jury, but everyone else thinks about him. And then to have to come in like all the time and testify. Yeah, 100%.
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Chris, are you making a joke again?
Could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it would be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums you can have output: HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. No. Freaking NOSTRADOMUS over here.
Information that you wanted.
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create?
Oh my God.
I did.
Did you go through the program and create?
Yes, I did.
Great. You
Messages
did the
between-
same.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents?
But I don't believe I did.
When you from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally,
But can you though? Like if the case is involving like SA and you're supposed to be working specifically, like as you said earlier, like for SA shit, and like you miss like 46 bazillion text messages of grooming and SA related shit with like a minor, and you like somehow don't like, can you assist them? Can you?
I will open it up for them, and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program, and it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
Is there an agreement with that, Mr. Leslie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, next witness time, guys.
You could
Get
just
your
leave them
votes
right
in. Get your votes in. What do you want next?
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Hey, I'm Brandon.
Give the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, Whitley. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with
He must
the
have-
Canton Fire Department,
I feel like he must have testified in the first trial, but I just don't recognize him. Does he look different? I mean, a lot of these people look really different from last year, weirdly. Does anyone else remember? Does he just look different, or am I crazy?
did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate and also a paramedic at
Okay, we're gonna skip past the oh, wait, hold on. They didn't go through training and experience. Awesome, great. That's good. I was assuming like the whole thing about how you become an EMT. I'm glad they're skipping that. Good.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial
I'm
call?
actually wondering if last time, weren't some of them in uniform last time? Because I know that this time they were not allowed. I would think that that could be part of why people, well, this dude anyway, would look different. If he was in uniform last time, it could be.
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponk Station on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
What?
No.
A fire truck?
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Okay. Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet
Yeah, me
with
too, kids.
the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these 2 gentlemen here.
Describe it for the record.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
So it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital, and we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. we have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
Wow.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would
Correct.
be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with 2 people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Bach.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody and how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and
I don't know if is that a joke, Dr. Wolf? WOF? I don't know. What is Meg Peanut? What Meg? Why are you not? I'm confused. I'm confused.
But figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there was a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically the stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And I said, as a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down.
Okay.
And,
this is why they brought him in. This is crazy.
And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
Wow, no kidding.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
Dr. Wolf is one of the ARCCA dudes, the one who's handsome. Actually, last year when we were watching this trial, everybody in the chat was trying to ship him and me. It was really funny. I don't know if any of y'all that are here now were here for that, but like, no, Kitsmits, you were here. Kitsmits, you were here. You were here. You were here. You were totally here. Because I was like thinking like Kitsmits and Fender. Like I didn't, this is where I learned what shipping meant. I did never know what that meant. But everybody in the chat was like trying to ship us because they were like, you know, you guys would have the cutest kids and all this and that. It was really fucking funny. But he was the handsome of, well, you know, not, he was the younger and handsomer of the two ARCCA dudes and like really smart and whatever. So.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital.
And then we learned he was married after the fact. And then everyone, because everyone in the school crew was amazing, then they stopped shipping, right? Us, because they were like, oh, he's married. And it's like, yeah.
Patient under these circumstances.
We didn't
do you
know that
leave them
when
at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
Well, Mr. Unetti's
When you got to the hospital with Mr.
Unetti, I just want to point, Mr. Unetti's gonna be doing cross on this dude, and we haven't actually heard, like the jury hasn't heard from Mr. Unetti at this trial. This will be his first witness.
Did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there.
Wow.
The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back.
Did all this come in the first trial? I don't remember all this. This is a lot of shit talking about her.
Did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her. And ask the doc if.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER tech had to come back and say yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point, she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
So, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been...
The Johnny is the stretcher. Yeah, let me back that up a second here.
Down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that.
Hang on.
Do you know the answer to that?
Was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Oh, wow.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
Wow.
She didn't want to give a urine sample.
So notice how she's totally coaching Brennan on how to ask this and giving him all these different opportunities to fix questions.
And the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
So, thank you. I have no further questions.
Gross.
Yes.
Wow. Hey, people, get your votes in. No one's waiting on it yet. Do y'all want to go after this is done? Do y'all want to go into Murdoch, or do y'all want to watch Curb Your Enthusiasm on Discord?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue. Correct.
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the...
If anyone was driving the ambulance, this guy.
Yes, at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a
You're allowed to lead on cross, Angel.
situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV.
There's only one trial I've ever seen where you're not allowed to lead on cross, and it's a trial where there was just no leading allowed ever, even with experts. Again, normally you're allowed to lead on cross, and you're allowed to lead with experts on direct and cross. In the Casey Anthony trial, Judge Belvin allows no leading ever. It's crazy.
Near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from
well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
or at
your
least the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
so at least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Saraf and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then Firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of Engine 1?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
It certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I want to see it, Tyler, please.
Wait, what was that objection now? And was that Lally? Hang on, what? Was that Lally?
Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I want to see it, Tyler, please.
Hold on, here's them walking. There's Lally. There's Mr. Oh my God, Lolly's gonna do a witness? Or no, is everybody going? Well, then maybe not. Okay. No, it couldn't have been Lally because we know that Brennan did him on direct. So never mind. Never mind. I was like, is Lally gonna actually do something? No. Yeah, I just saw Lally walk by.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system. What term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th
Here we go.
of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time,
So you
correct?
said something different.
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed, had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day, no.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you said, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
Boy.
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
I don't understand the
And
question.
you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after
I will
January
say
29th.
this, I love Mr. Unetti. This is clear that this is going again towards this whole, like, as soon as he said outsider, it dawned on me this is going to the third party culprit thing, which is like, but I still love Mr. Unetti just as an attorney. And I love his accent. I love the way he questions. I just love him. 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
Wow, this is great.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
So this to me is way more important than the business about the outsider and whatnot, because this is showing that like his testimony here, right? Snarkiness or whatever is not something that was written in the thing, right? Because it doesn't matter. Why? Because it doesn't matter. It just doesn't fucking matter, right? However, what they wrote down for her demeanor is all consistent with someone who's upset and grieving, right?
Patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for.
Again, anyone who's still here, let me know if you want to redirect. I mean, we don't have to do anything, but we have options. We can redirect into Murdoch after this, or we can watch Curb on the Discord.
It's about any section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
Nope, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see. Thank you.
How do you not like Murdoch? It's my favorite trial of all time.
Okay, you had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Okay.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Yeah.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Okay. I think this is actually how they finish it out. I think we're pretty much done. So y'all let me know what you want to do next, guys.
Today, have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start late at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about
We put something on the record here in a second.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure. Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent a share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent, but I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
Didn't realize the court didn't have access. We will get a zip file. And
all right, you talk to Tori about it. Okay, Tori, you'll get it from me. All right.
The intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them.
Wow.
I'll fix that failure.
All right. Have your associate talk.
I love that he says failure in reference to himself like a couple different times here. That makes me
I
happy.
will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
And there it is. Okay, give me just a second so I can actually hold on. Let me do StreamYard. Boop, 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 boop. And I'm gonna get this set up to redirect you guys. Doodly doo doo doo. Okay. Yay. For anyone who's like, I'm not a huge fan of this case, I'm willing to bet that if you come and watch with us, you will change your mind. No pressure, but it's awesome. So, okay. This will, let me just save it. And this should redirect you guys. Just get it set up. Coolio. Cool. Okay. All right. So this should redirect you guys into Murdoch. Neato. Okay. So, and we're going to be watching the return of the two great boys. We have another complete crazy wackadoodle defense expert. It's awesome. And then John Marvin. So awesome. Love it. All right. Love y'all. We will be, as far as Karen Reed is concerned, of course, we'll be back tomorrow with that. But for now, we will roll the outro and I'll see y'all here in just a second. Squirrel out.